voltages on floppy rings. That fungal starts in binary bling. Capacitors doing jazz hands. Resistors juggling tiny rubber bands. CRT screen start to giggle. Keyboard keys do a little wiggle. So the smoke smells like bubble gum. That fungal hits home. Here comes a hum. Get your day, welcome to the show. Crack open a tin and let the banner flow. But thinking fun with the twitchy crew. MJ's in the house and it's all for you. Wallace Conga's a cheeky room. It's a stage spot on the stream for you. No need for thongs or cork-hat flare. Just grab your tin tans and pull up a chair. Good day, welcome to the show. Crack open a tin and let the banner flow. Raise your glass and shout to right. Jay's in the chat, what a rip night. Jump in the ride, let's hit the road. Jeep is here with the tail to unload. Cats in the back, vibing on the beat. Rockets looking out their arms on leads. Welcome to the chaos, to the vibe. Watching the stream, we're alive. Let's jive.
And there we go. I guess the intro's over. Yeah, it's a little bit delayed today. There I was, sat at my desk, trying to think, what the hell am I going to do in tonight's stream? What am I going to do? When I get a text message, I've got a item. Do you want it? Yes, please, I'll be there in 10 minutes. I know what I'm doing on my stream this evening. But of course, when I get there, it's a case of, oh, I've also got this, I've also got that, I've also got one of these, and you want one of this as well while you're here. So I've got a little stack of things. So we'll just go through them. And I shall save the thing that I went for last. So, things, first off. Let me just change to that camera view. Things, first off, a cute little PS2 keyboard by Happy Hacking Keyboard. Nice little keyboard that, if it works. Ideal for testing a computer without having to lug out an entire big keyboard. USE layout, yes, I know. Also has the control key there. There's no caps lock key. Well, not that I've managed to find yet. It's very much a Unixy kind of layout because you've got little diamonds here.
She's in the zone.
And a B key that's oddly yellowed for some reason. You can't really see it on this camera, but that B key is slightly yellowed. Perfect testing keyboard, which I thought was nice. Special key combinations on it as well, apparently, on the back there. Right, I suppose I should say hello properly, shouldn't I? Hello, Daft Bunkle. Hello, MJ, whose interest is piqued. Hello, G-Pin, you won't drop my tables. Hello, Swarm. Hello, Chloe. Hello, PJB. I think that's all of you. So that's thing number one. Thing number two. A laptop. Go, go. Hello, Carrot House. We have here an Acer Travelmate was it 730 TX? Pentium 3, I believe this is. About 450, 500 megahertz-ish, perhaps? Maybe. The battery in it will be completely and utterly hosed, which is to be expected. And somewhere there's a power button. I don't know if it's going to do anything. I doubt very much it'll do a single thing. I can't even find where the power button is. Is that it? Maybe, I don't know. Not that it'll power up though, of course. The Acer Travelmate 630TX. It has 2 card bus, or PCMCIA, whatever. Infrared. Floppy drive. Volume control. Audio. That is the power button there. On the back. Keyboard, video, USB, high tech. Ethernet, printer, serial, modem. That's keyboard and mouse. That's S-Video. That's for connecting up to your telly. Power input. Other side, we have a CD player. And we have stuff hiding behind a rubber thing there. Not sure what that's supposed to be. I think it's just a bit of trim. You like the IO on the back. It's useful. And there is hard drive in there, I believe. Battery at the... where's battery? Is that battery? No, that's not battery. That's going to be memory expansion down there, I think. But I think this is a Pentium 3. It's the 730TX, if you want to look it up. Sliding dock connector. Could be. Can't get into it. May need a key thing to go into it first. That could be dock under there, actually, yes. But it probably needs something to go down the side there to release it. And it'll be sprung. That'll be memory there. That's probably battery there, is it? I don't know. When is that battery at the front? No. Where's battery going to be on this? Who knows? Ah, the battery's going to be inside there, isn't it? There it is, battery. A BTP38A1. This side up. So that might need a rebuild. It's not a Dell, toss it, yes. For its day, it was supposed to be a very good laptop. Travelmate 730TX.
Champion!
Okay, what do we have?
Chloe Raccoon says.
Tier 50 this side up, unless upside down.
Absolutely. Okay. What are we? 737TL. Where's the 730TX? Not listed on this page. But the 737 is a 700 megahertz P3. 440BX. 128 meg. Expandable to 512. 1024 by 768. Nice. It's a Hot Rocks. ATI Rage Mobility. Nice. 10 gig hard drive. 56k modem. Ideal for dialing up to my network. This is showing a fingerprint scanner, but there isn't one on this model. So this is the entry level or earlier version of it. Let's see if I can find a better one. doesn't tell you the speed in here. Okay. Following the blood trail, the yak inspector found a figure unconscious, bleeding and glued to a tree with snail slime. Nearby, a goat-herding yak was mourning the loss of his goats, which had been reduced to empty skins, filled with sadness and regret. This sounds very much like the last one that we had. Barnaby pressed on again for the second time in a row, hoping to get to the bottom of the mystery. The only bottom he got to was Carrot Houses. In the end, he heard the doom-laden sound. Don't tickle me! No, no! Yesterday's episode, as it should have appeared without the influence of several of the denizens of my channel. Okay, fair enough. Following the blood trail, the yak inspector found a figure, unconscious, bleeding and glued to a tree with snail slime. Nearby, a goat-herding yak was mourning the loss of his goats, which had been reduced to empty skins filled with sadness and regret. Barnaby pressed on, hoping to get to the bottom of the mystery. In time, he heard the doom-laden sound. Tickle me! Hey! Then he saw it. A brain-wrenching blob of jelly and slime 10 feet across, burbling insanely. You're talking about me there, aren't you? A brain-wrenching blob of jelly and slime 10 feet across, burbling insanely. Hey, Vital Kneve. 700 megs, so this is what, 2000 era? 98 possibly, maybe ME? Number 218 at your local Chinese. We do have the power supply though, so let's see if we can get it to power up. Right, I have put power in. I don't know if there's any charging LEDs. I don't know if the power supply works. There are LEDs on here. That's power and sleep, I think. Oh yeah, we've got a little LED on the front here. Let's see what happens when I try turning it on. If I can find the power switch again. There we go.
Sausage in a bun, dear old.
We have a second light come on.
In a bun.
We have an Acer logo.
Gimme sausage in a bun.
We have a Travelmate logo. This is very dim. I'm going to have to turn the light off to see this.
Listen up, it's the Topaz in the chats. We got the fire burning up just like that.
Seems to be stuck on this screen that can barely be seen. Let's turn this up a little. There we go, that's probably better. There is a backlight, it seems to be very dim. Control Alt Delete. So Dizziac. Hello Dopaz. Hello Dizziac. Let's turn the power off again and boot it up again for the second time. That's just a simple on-off switch, not a soft power switch. Come on, turn on. No, it is a soft power switch, just doesn't have a spring. It's a Codmeister.
Party starting now. Feel the rhythm pushing, pushing, pushing. Let's make this night fun.
Pressing F2, trying F2 with the FN key, which is that one. Yeah, come on, you can let me in.
We are the power, let the energy flow. Come on and dance together, baby. We still got a show.
It's like an open oven, yes. You've made yourself a new intro theme, have you? Oh, we'd better have a listen to that. That might be a bit on the loud side. Let me turn that down. Sorry about your eardrums there. I approve. I thoroughly approve of that. I shall see about setting that as your intro. Anything, just play it loud, okay? Well, it is Aussie Day. Turn up the music, full volume. Why can't we get into setup on this? Come on. Maybe the keyboard doesn't work. It has been sat in a bag for 20 years. Surprised it gets this far, to be honest with you. This is a piece of junk Acer. It's not that bad. It's an old Acer. Old Acer's better than new Acer. Pull the hard drive. Could do. It powers up anyway, that's a good sign. We get some life out of it. And I've just unplugged the power, taken the power supply away completely. And it's only been plugged in for a few moments, and where's the button gone? Power. There is some life in the battery. Tiny amount because it goes off after a few seconds, but not bad for only a few moments charging. So that might be a go of that. Right, let's turn the lights back on again. I shall just turn that back down. There we go. One day you'll deal with a battery pack for your ThinkPad 570. Yep. Right, next thing. The next thing is an Orange Beast. A big piece of metal. It's a metal basey thing. And this is a thing which you sit on your desk and you place between these bars circuit boards, and you do your soldering on here. It's designed for through-hole stuff, and the foam padding here presses against the components and holds them in place while you solder them. Counter for how many times I say thing. Absolutely. And these are all supposed to be, yeah, these are sprung loaded, so you can get your components in, your boards in and out. You slacken off here, apparently. And these adjust. Let me grab a PCB, that one will do, and that just sort of slots into there. Oops, wrong way. These lock into place, and then you do your soldering, and it holds all the components in place for you. So yeah, a handy little device this. He had a great big one as well, but there's no way I was having that on my desk. Handy little unit this. And apparently you can flip it over and do things on the other side maybe, and I don't know.
Chloe Raccoon says.
Gear 50, a massive upgrade from bits of Bluedac.
Oh hell yes, absolutely. A perfect device to help you do through-hole soldering. And then you can just pull that back. Oh, that shouldn't have moved, but you should be able to just pull that back and pop out your board. Let's tighten that up. That just pulls back and your board pops out. Ah, Peter, hello! The 730's hard drive might have been removed and scrapped when the project finished. Ah, well, I'm sure I've got something that can replace it here. G4 VLC! G4 VLC definitely should be a VIP. Because all of this stuff came from G4 VLC. The donator of all these servers and all sorts, all the recent stuff we've had on this channel has all come from Peter. Haha. And we are eternally grateful. So this is going to be very, very good. Very handy for soldering. Ah. Right. Next up is a big white slab. Haha. It has that with it on the front. Little broken with age, but nothing that can't be fixed. Cisco 3600. Donator of content, indeed. The Cisco 3600 series router. Oh, and Jeepin's gifted him a sub as well. Thank you, Jeepin. You don't get any adverts now. Right. Fans and things on the front. A couple of ports. It's probably one Ethernet, one serial, is it?
Exclamation idiot.
PCMCIA cards there.
Magenko tech demands I express my delight. This is fascinating.
And
Perhaps
let's focus that.
My biosynthetic sustenance fund would be appreciated. Don't worry, it's completely voluntary.
We have Ethernet on the back. We've got a BRI port for basic rate ISDN. And this one, it looks like it says serial here. It's a multi-serial port. Perhaps for serial for terminals or something, I don't know. And the other half looks to be empty. But hopefully this, I might be able to get some ISDN network going, perhaps. High-speed serial, could be. Or multi-serial. Well, let's pop it out and have a look. I might be able to get a couple of voice ISDN wicks and data ISDN wicks to do a bit of ISDN work on here. That's the serial one. It doesn't look like there's enough on it for it to be multi-serial, so it's probably synchronous serial or high-speed serial of some form. Cornflakes and Rice Krispies together, yes. Oi, you got a license for that, Cisco, mate? Nope. But I do have my CCNA from 2000s. And we've got a hype train going. Hey! Let's see if I can see an actual model number on this of some form. It's by Oki, the main chip, anyway. No. If I read the cover on the back here backwards, it's, I think, 700 01491 01 revision A. If that means anything to anybody. The chips are 95 date, 9596 date codes. That number you get G-pin in room 454, I hope not. The other card is a BRI card that looks like it's identical to the card that I used to have in my 2600 back in the day for connecting up to ISDN. But it's like Sony 10 meg Ethernet on this. But certainly I might be able to get some ISDN stuff going on it. Looking at the front panel for this, that's no longer tells us what the two ports on the front are. But interestingly, this Cisco used to belong to and be operated by the Earth Station Engineering Department at Inmarsat. There we go. It was used for as part of the Inmarsat system, or at least for development of it. Okay, that's all the small things. Next is the thing that I went for.
With 100 bits, BOGO Gadget 360 says.
Cheer 1. 100 for the thing.
The thing! Thank you for the 100 bits. This is the thing. Whatever the thing is. Actually, this thing is upside down. It should be this way up. And it has modifications on it, which is fine because that's what it's designed for. Let us uncoil some of these modifications. This is an extra add-on bit on the side here. But this thing is the Motorola. Can't remember the model number now. 68705 EVM. Need a thing to be a thing counter. See if I can focus this any better. Not with this crappy camera, I can't. This is an evaluation board for the Motorola 68705 microcontroller system. This is what you had before you had Arduinos. And it even comes with the manuals. Haha. You have the Intel 8052 before the Arduino, yes. Well, it's the same kind of thing. And there goes the hype train.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mother Baby, but the G-Train has left the station.
This manual provides general information, hardware preparation, installation instructions, operating instructions, functional description and support information for the M68705 EVM evaluation module, hereafter referred to as EVM. EVM features include economical means of evaluating target systems incorporating M6805 HMOS MCU family devices, monitor debugger firmware, one-line assembler disassembler, host computer download capability, dual 4 kilobyte memory maps, 4K monitor EEPROM, 4K user pseudo-ROM, EEPROM MCU programmer, MCU 28-pin and 40-pin extension I/O ports, RS-232C terminal and host computer I/O ports, debugger and monitor. Poor monitor. What's the monitor ever done to you? 1 MHz bus, 4 MHz crystal controlled divided by 4, external 4 MHz or smaller divided by 4. Memory size, RAM, 112 bytes. It's got a massive 112 bytes of RAM. Pseudo-ROM, 3,968 bytes. Hey, Betamink. 112 RAMs, yes. RS-232 compatible. Power requirements, plus 5 volts, plus 12 volts, minus 12 volts. And the programmer requires 27 volts. And I think those are all needed to be provided externally. However, this... Could this be a DC-DC power supply? It's been added on, maybe? To provide the negative voltages? Not sure. I shall have to investigate that. The EVM provides a tool for designing, debugging and evaluating MC6805, P2, P4, P6, MC6805, R2, R3, blah 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 blah, microcomputer units based target system equipment by providing all of the essential MCU timing and I/O circuitry. The EVM simplifies user evaluation of the prototype hardware, software product, etc, etc. External equipment requirements, plus 5, plus 12, minus 12 power supply. VPP power supply, terminal compatible. Host computer, terminal host computer, cable assembly. Refer to chapter 2 for details for power supply. Oh, we've got a layout here. Different jumper settings on it. I've really got the wrong glasses on for this. That's better, I can see it now. Timer prescaler. Power supply. The EVM requires 5 volts, 12 volts and minus 12 volts. for operation. I expect the 12 and minus 12 are only 0.1 amps, so they're probably only ready for the RS-232. And 27 volts for the programming of it, if you want to do programming it. VPP may be supplied by 3 9-volt batteries. Ugh. So we may have to use an ATX power supply for running it. Wake up, Cobb. Need an EDM music playlist, yeah. All the pinouts of all the connectors. Operating instructions. Excellent, we'll need those. How to use the monitor. Well, I think we should see if we can get this going.
Sausage in a bun.
Before we do anything else, let's see if we can get it going.
In a bun. Gimme sausage in a bun.
2027 EMF Majenko attends with a mobile version. No sausage will escape next year. Absolutely. I intend to be there next time. Right, so first off, we should investigate this extra bit on the side that has been added on. It looks very much like it's been added to the power supply inputs, so it wouldn't surprise me if it was a power conversion that only means it only has to work off 5 volts. Because you've got a 5 volt input here, and I've got a feeling this might be providing the 12 volts and minus 12 volts. Which would be nice. It's all stuck down there, so I can't easily see what this is. But that's my guess, is that it's a plus 12 volts and minus 12 volts. With enough oomph for the serial interface. So we should get this going. Let's clean some of the dust bunnies off that bit. Let's see if it just functions off 5 volts. It might do. What did you miss while you were making tea? I was just looking through the manual for this. The Motorola EVM. And 112 RAMs threatening Jeepin's goats. An evaluation and development system with 112 bytes of RAM. Haha. Right, I'm going to need some serial connectivity to here. And I'm not sure I can easily do that. Where's my serial box gone? There's serial. Because all my stuff is 9-pin, really. And I can make a 25-pin one, no problem. I thought I had a 9 to 25 adapter, but if I have, it's probably the wrong way around. Yes, it will be, because it came with a mouse, a 9-pin mouse. I'm not going to be going into a 25-pin serial port. So I'm going to have to make a cable for this.
With 50 bits, Chloe Raccoon says.
Tier 51 Shelby-sized stack of adapters coming up.
Oh no, I don't do chains of adapters. I make the right connector in the first place. What I don't think I have is a spare one for the PC end. I think I've used them all. So I'm going to have to make one for the PC end as well. If I did things the TT way, you'd be treated to the next 2+ hours scanning the manual. Absolutely. Okay, so I've got to remember what the pin out of these is. I've got the pin out for the serial here somewhere. Host computer, EVM interface, interconnection, and terminal interface.
With 50 bits, Chloe Raccoon says,
Cheer 50 got to remember what the pinout is. Helpfully you have the manual for one end.
I do have the manual for one end. I have the manual for this end. And the manual for the other end, I use the Lantronix ETS16PR. Actually, no, I've got it on my computer here already, haven't I? Terminal server. ETS, is it the IG that I want? The installation guide or the reference guide? There we go. DTE and DCE for those. DTE for the DB9. Okay. Now, actually, I can't remember whether for this I use this arrangement or do I want the opposite? Now, for this one, I need to make a null output. So this is the opposite to how I would normally have it. Actually, I think the easiest way is if I make two. Have one of each arrangement. That way, because I'm going to need both at some point anyway. So let's move this out of the way and make cables for it. So if I make two 9-pin ones with opposite connections. Because I know that I'm going to need another null mode M1, and I know at some point I'm going to need another non-null mode M1. So by making both, I will have one of them the correct one. One of them will be a null modem connector, which is what I want for this. And of course, I can't get into these things. There's another one for the thing counter. You can never get into these. Tear through the cheap, shitty plastic on the sides. You can't get the leverage that you need. It's the trouble with buying cheap Chinesium ones. The plastic on the side is so thin and flimsy. I've never had this much trouble before. Got it. Phew. Okay, so
With 50 bits, RHK77 says,
Cheer 50, good evening.
good evening, RHK. Okay, so looking in here with the pins that way, I think it is. That means blue there is pin 1. Okay, so we go. One to 7. 2 to 4. 3 to 3. 4 and 5 to 5. They are specially treated later on. Six to 2. 7 to 6. And 8 to 8. And that just pulled straight out of the crimp pants. Never mind. Let's just strip this off here, because I have this one here, which can be linked in with it. Hello, Stefan. You haven't booted your Windows on your new Asus yet. Swap CPUs around on your H57 board and I have an i3 550. Makes more sense than an i7 860. Absolutely. Nice lower power. A goat sound box, oh dear. I dread to think. I really do. I really do dread to think. Alright. Oh, I didn't turn the power on for the soldering iron, did I? Oops. Crimped pants sounds like something Jeepin has designed. Or just happened to achieve. I have to think on a Wednesday, that's just not on. I'm not used to thinking on a Wednesday. I'm used to singing on a Wednesday. You swapped around your herb drawer. Seemed like a good idea at the time. You have a drawer for your herbs? It's awfully posh. Game on soldering iron warm up.
Rem the cat just rolled on in.
Hey, Remy Cap.
With a cheeky grin. Jumpers, boards, and wires fly.
Seemed like a good idea at the time, yeah.
Red switches like a neon glow. Watch the CRT put on a show. From beats and buzz to rat to ring. Pump the rat on dog cap to the street.
See if I can get the solder to stick to this CCA.
Capacitors hum, resistors sing, vintage jukes do their thing. Grab your toolkit, join the team. Grim the cat sparks up the stream.
Am I an idiot? Yes, I'm an idiot.
Absolutely. That'll do. And that goes in to pin 5, which is there. Okay. Now we need to do one the opposite. Got it. Okay. So starting with blue, we need to go the opposite direction, which is starting with 8. Then orange is 6. Then black is 2. Red and green are the special ones. Yellow is 3. And grey is 4. And white is 7. So let's just do this straight away as the soldered version. It's never going to work the other way. I was trying to be clever and use my wire strippers to just strip a section of wire in the middle. But with this wire, there's no chance of that working. So we'll solder it.
Champion!
With 50 bits, Chloe Raccoon says,
Cheer 50 trying to be clever on stream, risky.
Risky indeed, that's why we don't normally try it. And why it was doomed to fail. There we go, that'll do. And that goes to pin 5. Right, so one of these, I don't know which yet, but one of these will work with the development board, the EVM. We need to get Shelby into using these. They're so much more convenient than messing around with adapters and things, chains of adapters. Right, this one, I'm going to set this up as a DCE, I think. I'm getting the hang of getting these out now. Okay. So pin 1 on the RJ45 goes to pin 5 on here. Counting from this end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. APA says that's too close to networking for him. Yeah, this is true. He doesn't do networking. This one is pin 8, 6, 7, 8. This one is pin 3. 1, 2, 3. 4 and 5 both go to 7. We'll deal with that in a moment. Next is yellow, sorry, which goes to pin 2. And then brown goes to pin 20. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And the last one goes to pin 4. You do have a way of ordering pizza, Chloe, and it just involves one phone call. I'm sure you've got Ben's phone number. Give him a ring, say, order me a pizza. I'll pay you in sausage. And that goes into pin 7. 7. There we go. That should be the adapter for the other end of the board. The other end of the cable, rather. For the board. Ordering a pizza for streamers isn't it Dizzyak's job? Yeah, but he's in the wrong country. Makes it a bit difficult to order. You need to wait for the bank to open tomorrow, get cash, and nip back in time to tonight and order a pizza and pay for it. Gets a little tricky. You get in trouble with the time cops. Right, okay, we are a step closer to getting this going. Right, what are we doing next? Well, there's a cable. I need serial cable now. USB serial. Where's that going to be hiding? Oh, that'll be hiding there. That's easy. So one of these might work. There we go. Click. Right. Now, I don't know whether we want terminal or host. I shall go into host. Okay, that is plugged in. Now, what baud rate do we need? Let's see if we can find the baud rate. $9,600, do you think? I don't know, it might be lower. The baud rates of the terminal and host I/O ports are independent. However, during transparent mode, characters in the host computer of the terminal may occasionally be lost if the terminal baud rate is not higher than the host baud rate. Are there jumpers to set the baud rate? And if so, what are they set to? There are plenty of jumpers. Baud rate select headers J12 and J13 default to 9600. So J12, J13. Ah, here we go. It's labelled here on the board. Terminal is set for 48. Host is set for 96. Let's move terminal up to 96 as well. That should be it. Nine-six is usually a good bet for a default, yes. Let us get terminal up then. And we're on TTY USB 3. Okay. $9,600. Okay, I'm going to take this and I'm going to plug it into my bench power supply if it will reach. And we shall see if it runs off just the 5 volts on here. Just reaches, that's good. Okay, powering on in 3, 2. I read the manual RHK. 1, go. Ooh, we have something. We're drawing over an amp. That might be the wrong adapter at this end. Let's swap over to the other one. And power on. Nothing. You mean these adapters? These adapters here. Oh, I can't even get into shot, can I? You mean these adapters? Yeah, I read the manual. I literally read the manual. Here, the manual. The manual for my terminal server. The Lantronix. So I get nothing at all with that adapter. With this one I get some kind of crap out of it. That's what I'm going to try the terminal instead of the host. See what that gives us. Ah, there we go. EVM bug. Ooh, we have another installment.
Oh, God! No! God, please, no! 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 No!
After making a call, Barnaby escorts a goat wearing goggles, a 1920s flying helmet, and an old Macintosh to the site of the blob. Said goat was pulling a machine with tanks, cranks, knobs, levers, pipes, and a nozzle like a fire hose. The cord is pulled, starting an engine. Knobs and valves are adjusted, and the nozzle aimed. A rain of mothball-smelling fluid is sprayed in the direction of the blob. The spray is ignited, and 1200 degrees of hell is rained down on the blob. A blobectomy is in progress. Right, where are we? There we go. We have
With 50
EVM
bits,
bug.
Chloe Raccoon says,
Tier 50, a nozzle like a fire hose Jeep and sues for copyright violations.
Indeed. Thank you for the 50 bits. Okay, onto the manual. Operating procedure. Where have the glasses gone? There they are. The monitor is the resident firmware EVM bug for the EVM, which provides a self-contained programming and operating environment. The monitor interacts with the user through predefined commands that are entered from a terminal. These commands perform the following functions: display or modify memory, display or modify MCU internal registers, execute program under various levels of control, control access to various I/O peripherals connected to the EVM, control programming and reading of EEPROM MCU. This should be using my fancy mic. I'm going to have to dig it out and plug it in and set it up, and I can't be fagged. So we're running version 1.2 of the firmware on this. Condition code register CCR. Has 11HINZC bits. That's this one at the end here. That's the condition code register. So 3 fixed bits set to 1, the half carry bit, the interrupt mask bit, the negative bit, 0 bit, and the carry borrow bit. Status of the CCR bits is displayed as follows, blah blah blah. After initialization or return of control to the monitor, the terminal CRT displays the prompt and waits for a response. If an invalid response is entered, the terminal CRT displays illegal/insufficient entry, followed by the prompt. It does indeed. The command line format is as follows. Command, space, parameters, return. Wow. So, what are the commands we have? Our commands are ASM, address, assembler, disassembler, interactive. BF, block fill memory. BR, breakpoint set, copy. Copy EEPROM contents to user sudo ROM. G, go. Load S records from IO port, nice. MD, memory display. MM, memory modify. No BR, remove breakpoint. P, proceed through breakpoint. Prog, program EEPROM MCU. RD, register display. RM, register modify. T, trace, and TM, transparent mode. Examples of how to use all the commands, that's useful. Are there any example programs we could try punching in? How to program the EEPROM MCU. Downloading procedures. Functional description. Memory map, nice. Data registers. Connector pin assignments. Chip layout. Schematics. Lots of schematics. S record information. No examples. Shame. Because I would like to write a hello world. How do we do a hello world? So it looks like there are two memory maps. One for the monitor, one for the user. The 2K user sudo ROM is at 80 in hex. RAM is at 10 in hex. Before that are all sorts of registers. Ports A, B, C, D, data registers. Port A, B and C, data direction registers. Nothing in 7. Timer, data register, timer control, miscellaneous, program control. 2 reserved, AD control register, AD result register. It's got an analog to digital converter in it. Cool. User RAM stack, 2K user sudo ROM, MC68705P3 vectors, 2K sudo ROM, and more vectors. How do you get it to output something though? It will be a hello old rather than a hello world, yes, most definitely, because that is the done thing. I don't see how to control, or how to actually do serial output directly on here. That might be something that we need to reference the data sheet for the CPU, because it might be built in to the CPU rather than be an external peripheral. Let's have a look at the schematics. Ooh. Francis CUSX. Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. No rabbits here, no. See if I can find on the schematic where the serial ports connect. Nope, that's the parallel ports. That's a parallel port. That's the baud rate. It looks like we have MC6850s for the communications. So it is external to the CPU. A pair of MC6850s. So where in the memory map are they located? Okay, terminal and host computer I/O ports C. Oh yes, if I'd looked on this page, I'd have seen the block diagram showing MC6850s. So, but where in the memory map are they located? The EVM operates in either one of two memory maps, monitor or user map. Two types of memory map switching, temporary or permanent, can be performed. Temporary map switching allows modification of user memory, and permanent map switching allows execution of user programs. Permanent map switching is initiated by a command from the monitor or by user reset switch S1. The return from interrupt opcode is fetched from the monitor map. Memory maps are switched and the user register contents are fetched from the user stack. Program counter is fetched from the user stack and execution proceeds from the current PC value. Both memory maps are 8K bytes, decoded by the FPLA. In monitor map, there's terminal control, terminal data, host control, host data at the top. But you don't get those in the user map. So I don't see how you can use the serial in user mode. User map area. As shown in figure 4.2, the user map area consists of the user RAM stack and the user sudo-ROM. All user I/O ports, A, B, C, D, are available in the user map for evaluation purposes. Port D and locations 7 to F are MCU reserved. Terminal and host computer I/O ports. The EVM terminal I/O port communicates with an RS-232C compatible terminal via the terminal connector J3 and a user-supplied cable assembly. Blah, blah, blah. Hardware selectable baud rate. Refer to chapter 5 for additional port information. Same for the host, but it doesn't say what the addresses are in user mode. The EVM provides 2 user HMOS compatible MCU extension I/O ports for target system evaluation. Target system to EVM interconnection is accompanied by the EVM connector J9. Strange. Very strange. It doesn't seem to expose the serial ports to the user. Only to the terminal, to the monitor, which is odd. No, it can't be. Let me just bring up the PDF version of this manual. Let's download it. Excuse me. Documents, service guides. There we go. And open Inocular. There we go. That's better. I can flick through it now. So you can see what I can see now. Okay, the memory maps. Let me just get rid of this. Discard changes. Get this. No, don't want that. Go away, game. I'm not playing you at the moment. There, that's the window I want. Where's Twitch gone? There's Twitch. Oi, come back. Twitch goes there. Okay. You're in my head now. Yes, you have the memory maps, 2 memory maps, one for in monitor mode, one for in user mode. In monitor mode, you've got the terminal and host registers at addresses 0 to 3. In user mode, they're replaced by the port registers, which is odd. And there's no sign of these registers appearing here unless they're in these vectors here, but that's going to be for interrupts, isn't it? Did I just ban Stefan? Why? Did I misclick and ban Stefan? Hang on. I think I just banned Stefan.
I do apologise. I'm an idiot.
There, unbanned. Stefan, sorry, I didn't mean to ban you. Don't know how that happened. If I've unbanned you. Good job I noticed that. a slip of the Nigel that was, sorry. Come back, all is forgiven. We love you. And a free sub from RHK as well to make up for it. Thank you for the gifted sub. As I was saying before I so rudely interrupted myself, these registers just don't seem to appear in this list at all.
Exclamation batteries. Honestly, RHK 77, you're just.
So it looks like we can't do serial communication in user mode.
Generous gesture, I suppose. Perhaps a small, appreciative asterisk slurp, asterisk of synthetic delight would suffice.
Well, I've got all these little extra icons here, you see, in the chat. And this one on the left here is an instant ban button. And I must have accidentally clicked that whilst moving my windows around just now. And that's why you have those disabled, yeah. So let's skip. No, we haven't. Oh, we haven't got the schematics in this one. We don't have the schematics in this PDF. Oh dear. We're going to have to scan those in, aren't we? Right, schematics in fold-out pages. Our serial ports are these. We're connected to this one here currently. It has 3 chip select pins, one of which comes from A2 or A or whatever, UFM, I think that says. And the other 2 come from whatever those are. Those are decoded addresses, aren't they? I think, no, it's U/M, isn't it? That's user mode. So that, I think that can only ever be accessed when not in user mode. Yeah, scan, sure not. I don't do scan. I do photograph. And maybe we should photograph them. Let's go for... Let's get this out of the way, actually. Let's turn this off and move this out of the way. And no camera connected at the moment, apparently. No cameras found. Right. This is not plugged in then, obviously. Actually, that's the whole of my stuff at the top, isn't it? Should be into here, I think. Yeah, that's not plugged in. Let me just see about moving. Where's Twitch gone? There's Twitch. I'm going to move Twitch over to here so that I can see it. Right. This is all upside down now, isn't it? And in the wrong position. Since I rejigged my camera setup, my camera is now upside down. Not very movable either. Too much crap on my desk and too small a desk. Right, let's take that up to 400. Shutter speed, bring it down. Let's try 100. That looks good. And I shall switch it into autofocus mode. See how that's come out. Little blurry perhaps, but not bad for a photo. Yeah, because it is at a slight angle. That's not good. It's at a slight angle, which means that it's going to be in different focus, isn't it? What I can do is, yeah, let's take out the power from the camera and rotate the whole unit. Put the power back in. Come on, in you go.
Champion!
With 69 bits, a swarm of Diginsect says.
Corgo 69 closing the aperture can help perhaps.
It can. Connect. Live mode. But getting it straight as well can also help. Let's take it to 125. focus. Probably trying to focus on white at the moment anyway, isn't it? Let's... How do we change the focus mode on this? Come on. We've got to look through there for it. No, hang on. Oh, it's because I'm connected, isn't it? Okay, right. Let's change the focus mode to an average of the whole of the centre. Hunting, 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 and fail. Nope, can't focus. It's unable to focus on it. So I'm going to have to do it manually. Where's the switch gone? Oh, it's on this side now, isn't it? See how that's come out. Did it? Let's start a new session, shall we? No, not settings. Let's connect first. No. Select session. I can't spell schematic, but whatever, don't care. Okay, so we go connect, live view, take a photo. Open with Gwenview. And I've got the aspect ratio wrong currently. That looks better, more even focus across the whole page. That's good. So discard that. Okay, I need to change the aspect ratio to 16:9. Delete that old one. And take a photo. That looks better. Although it seems to have... Hang on, it seems to have lost some of it. Or is that just zoom? It seems to have lost the top bit here, or the bottom bit. Maybe I want 4 to 3 and zoom out a little. That's a little better. Although, no, I'm not happy with that. I'd rather the 16:9. Try again. getting the bottom section here. It sucks that the preview never seems to match up with what you get. Let's take the aperture right down, slow it down a lot. Like quarter. See how that looks. A little blown out. Let's take it down a bit quicker, 1/6. And we'll push the whole thing up a bit. Like that. What you see is not what you get. No. Is only what you get. What you see is only what you get in the... What you see is sort of what you get in the whole general mishmash. Right, so let's delete all of these and we start and capture. So we start with that one. Evening snack in Food on Discord. So much quicker than scanning this. It may not be as high a quality as scanning, but it's so much quicker than scanning. Are you off, Cobb? Thank you for joining us. I'll see you next time. Enjoy the rest of your evening. That's it. And that's all of them. So now we go rotate, rotate, crop. Okay, crop. Next one, rotate, rotate, 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 crop. I spend a lot less time faffing with my scans or captures or whatever you want to call them than some certain streamer that I can mention. Next stream I will start developing my very own disc ripper. Adjust colours. Bring up the contrast.
Champion!
With 50 bits, Chloe Raccoon says,
Cheer 50 Majenko spends an hour fixing the scan. No, I have caught tangentitis.
Tangentitis. Thank you for the 50 bits. Adjust colours. Take the contrast up to 75. Okay. Adjust colours. 75. 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 Okay, and save all. Done. Now we do the magic. Convert star to M68705 EVM schematic.pdf. It's a Balgemit penis, that is all, yes. There we go. We now have a PDF of it. In a fraction of the time it takes, say, an Arizonan to do it.
With 50 bits, Sir Stews-a-lot says,
Penis that is all. Cheer 50.
Champion!
Thank you for the 50 bits. Right, so this is our terminal UART, which has 3 chip selects, one of which goes through this LSO2 into UM, which I assume is user mode. So this is going to be completely and utterly disabled for anything other than monitor mode, which sucks. Kind of a stupid design choice, that. What are we up to this evening with your 3-stream streak? We are up to me turning my camera around again so that it's all in the right orientation. Which is all in the wrong place. This, I'm going to have to unplug it again, aren't I? Take the power out. I need another camera. I so need another camera. Just rotate the other way, that way. Then the power brick goes back in. It's now all wobbly because it's unscrewed itself. That can go away now. Bring that back over here so I can click that button there. This is what we're playing with today, Ben. Where's my little twiddly wheel? There it is. This is the Motorola MC68705 EVM evaluation module. what you had before, Arduinos. You have to fortify yourself to take the lid off the plastic box the RC 2014 lives in and find out what disaster has befallen your nail varnish since it smells rather acetone-y. Oh dear. That sounds iffy. That sounds very iffy. It has lots of chips on it, yes. It's an MC68705 with support chips and extra RAM and stuff like that. Well, I think there is extra RAM. It's iffy, you don't mind. Expensive, on the other hand, yes. I'm sure it's recoverable. Well, if they're both mixed in together, you'll have an interesting colour anyway. It's a question of what has it done to your RC 2014? We've just been trying to investigate whether we can program it to do a hello world or hellold across the serial, and it looks like no, we can't. Because Motorola, in their infinite wisdom, decided that no, you're not having the serial ports in user mode, only in monitor mode, which is very friendly of them. It's now conformally coated, yes. Right, so where were we? Let's close that down. Let's move you guys over there. Let's put that side and that side. Then I can go back to the main PC. Yeah. The second UART here also has the same lockout on it, doesn't it? Yeah. So it can only ever exist when in monitor mode. Which is annoying. So user monitor goes from where? And is there a way we could magically flip briefly into monitor mode to control the serial and come back into user mode? Okay, user mode is coming out of here. It's where are we? It's that one there. It goes up there, into there, and then clears that. Clears that, comes out of here. It's all linked in with these latches and things, isn't it? That's annoying. I don't know how you do it. So I think if you want UART, you have to create your own. Wire your own up to the user port or something. So in user mode, we don't have access to serial, but we do have access to parallel. We have access to 4 parallel ports, one of which is an analog to digital converter. Due to the zoom out, you read the second column as evil parts list. Yes, it is the evil parts list. So we could connect up. I could connect up a USB interface to it. Because I do have somewhere a USB to parallel adapter from an FT24 something or other, which could connect up to it. If I connect its data port up to here, port A, and its control pins up to port B, you can then manually control the USB interface and get Hello World working through USB. Let's turn it back on again. Pop. Lenny could also do it. Yeah, could be done with a Lenny, but this is just a little. I don't know where it is going to be. It might be in breakouts. I actually had it wired up to my Amiga at one point as a USB serial interface. Let's have a look in here. It's a handy little device. I hope I can find it. Its pins are a bit bent and one of them snapped off, but that's no problem. There it is. USB on one end and pins on the other. Which has, where've my good glasses gone? We've got an 8-bit data bus. And there's a write enable and a read enable. And some interrupts. There's a write. There's various voltages. But this is the FT254R, UM254R by FTDI. And it's data bit 0 whose pin has fallen off. So we could wire that in, build an adapter to connect that up, and then write a hello world. But I don't know if there's not really time to mess with that tonight, because it's 9:30 now. Let's go back to here. And if I do A80, no, ASM 80, I can write assembly language here. I'm not familiar with 6805. No, there isn't an LDB. What registers do we have on the 6805, I wonder? Possibly there. We have an accumulator and we have an index, apparently. Very basic. So ASM 80, LDA 5, add 4. Now, how do we kick back into the monitor? There's some interrupt we can call, I think. I've lost my reading glasses now. Those glasses gone. There they are. There they are. Hello, Industrious Ant. I see you lurking there. Not sure how to program execution continues until a breakpoint is encountered or the EVM abort switch is activated or the master reset switch is pressed. So can I just go into a loop at, or just if I do a nop, dot, then if I do a, is it BP at, let's say 85, no, so BR 85, okay, then if I do G80, A is FE. Okay, it shouldn't be. A should be 9. Okay, so what do we have? Let's have, where's inspecting memory? Memory display is MD80. So B605, B605, B605. BB04, BB04, then 90, 90, 90 with a breakpoint. That should have loaded A with 5, added 4 to it, and then done nothing. But we've got A as FE. Uh, 82 is, yeah. So go 80. A is FF, beginning. P is proceed. It then locks up. Okay. So I'm crap then. 9 FE, what's the difference? Yeah. Let's go for 86. Breakpoint on 86. Go 80. Didn't. We're not getting the breakpoint now. Okay. So, ASM 80. LDA 5. SWI? No. Or was that the breakpoint? Is that how it does breakpoints? Inserts an SWI. So add 4. Then I'll do an SWI. Go 80. No. Get the third bottle out of the box. It was stuck in. Looks like you only lost maybe a mil or two. That's okay. Annoying, but not the end of the world yet. Right. ASM 80. LDA 5. LDA 5. LDA 5. LDA 5. LDA 5. Breakpoint 86. Go 80. A hasn't been loaded with 5. Okay. This isn't Z80. No, this is 6805. RD gives us that as the registers. So if I go no BR, then do BR 80, then go G80, it just fails miserably. Let's go ASM 80. It immediately has changed that that load A into an SWI, hasn't it? By doing the breakpoint. So LDA 05, DA5. Let's do a BR 82. Go 80. Okay, then if I do a T as a single instruction trace. Hello Bampan, you missed the first 2 hours, yes. Afraid so. So this should run just one instruction. And LDA 05 doesn't appear to have loaded 05 into A. Doesn't seem to do anything. Unless I am misunderstanding the instructions. Oh, maybe I am? Yeah, I am, yes. ASM 80, of course. I'm being thick. LDA hash 5. No. LDA hash 5.
I do apologise, I'm an idiot.
Add hash 4 SWI. Go 80. No VR, of course. Go 80. And it's now broken it, of course, hasn't it? Those breakpoints are annoying. ASM 80. LDA hash 5. Add hash 4 SWI. NOP. ASM, okay, ASM 80. So we've got LDA 05, add 04, and then I should put a breakpoint on 86 on that NOP. So BR 86. Go 80, give me an A of 9. A of 9. There we go. We loaded 5 into the accumulator, added 4 to it, and it currently contains 9. I'm happy. We have written assembly language. Kind of. We've done simple arithmetic. It really sucks that you can't access the serial ports from user mode. That's a really strange design choice.
Nice.
We have a calculator, yes. Porting Doom to it. Yeah, with 112 bytes of RAM. Not gonna happen. I played with my NOP and I'm happy. Strange design choice from Motorola? Shock. Indeed. Because that's the whole of our RAM there. That little tiny bit there. 7F is our stack pointer currently. Our program counter is 86. Our accumulator is 9. Our index register is 55. E8 is our condition flags, which is decoded as that. So what can we actually do with this then? Not a lot really. Yeah, I think to do a Herald we would have to have something attached to it. Actually, what we could attach to it, which would be interesting, would be an LCD screen. Instead of relying on serial for our communication, I could actually have an LCD screen on it. I've got no shortage of those. Oh, you could even put a TFT screen on it if you want. Though that's going to be a bit more tricky to deal with only 112 bytes of RAM. But we can stick an LCD screen on it. That could even run in 4-bit mode. In fact, is that an LCD or is this one an OLED? I think this one might be an OLED actually. But I've got plenty of LCD screens, so maybe we'll wire an LCD up to it for doing Herald. Can it mine bitcoins? No. Not with 112 bytes of RAM. Not enough to hold a single transaction in memory. Turning an LED on and off. There are LEDs on here, but I don't know if I actually have control over them, or whether they're just used for status information while programming. So I would have to wire in an LED first, I think. If there were LEDs that you could program, they would be on the I/O port. This is the EEPROM programmer has got all four LEDs are on this, yeah. So no, they're only on the EEPROM programmer, which you don't have direct control over. Again, that's locked out from user mode. So if I wanted to control LEDs, I would have to wire them into the I/O port. So I can't even make an LED blink. Right, well, tomorrow then we shall continue playing with this and we shall wire something into it and make it do something interesting. Somehow.
With 69 bits, a swarm of dead insects says.
Cargo 69, so it is. One might say, an EEPROM grammar.
An EEPROM grammar, yes. These are ROMs, aren't they, here? With the built-in code for the monitor. 2716, 2716, 68 B10. What's a MCM 68 B10? What's one of those when it's at home? Eight-bit microprocessor, apparently. So it's got another microprocessor there. 68B10. No, 6810 is a memory, 128 by 8. That's our RAM. That's our ROMs for the monitor. What's an 82S103? Bipolar, programmable and NAND gate arrays. Oh, you come back. Nine gates sharing 16 common inputs. So I think that's our memory decoding, memory address decoding stuff. That's the main CPU there. Ooh. Weird. It's got a split data bus. That is weird. I've never seen a CPU with that before. Why there are 5 chip selects for a RAM so that it can map into a memory map more easily without having as much decoding logic. I've never seen a split data bus before. You've got 8 pins for the output. Sorry, 8 pins for the input to the data bus, and 8 pins multiplexed with the address pins for the output. Weird. I suppose it means that they can be hardwired input and hardwired output. But that's weird. I've never seen that before. Strange. That's the EEPROM programmer. That's a bit of spare gates that aren't used for anything. But it's not the fact that it's muxed, Ben. Muxing address and data is fine, it's normal. It's muxing just the data in the output direction and having separate pins for it on the input direction. It was obviously easier to create a mux for the address and data than it was to create a bidirectional I/O port for the data. If they didn't split it out, then they'd have enough pins not to mux. Yeah, I know. But I guess making a port bidirectional was beyond them. can read and write the data bus with one clock cycle. It's a strange decision. I can understand why they've decided to do that, but it's not a decision that I would have chosen to do. But I suppose it makes the port drivers marginally easier, since you don't have to sort of disable the output drivers when you want to read. Weird. Anyway, that's their strange choice. So the I/O ports that we would be looking at using for communicating. I've got a pair of SY6522s, one of which we have access to both ports, one of which only have access to one port, because the fourth port is set up in some way for ADC. But it looks like it's all wired the same. We've got 4 register selects. 0 and 1 are connected. 2 and 3 are grounded. The same here. So it looks like we should have access to that port. It's just not wired up to anything for some reason. And then you've got another device somewhere giving us port D. So we look at the memory map. We've got A, B, C, D register, data registers, but A, B and C have the DDR, but not D. And then you've got an AD here. So where is the AD? Where's the analog to digital converter? And what are TMM 2016s? Are those the, pseudo prom, as they call it? Port A, port B, port of Calais. Yep. TMM 2016. Let's look at the TMM 2016. No. Toshiba MOS memory products. There we go. 16 kilobits, high speed and low power static RAM. 2K, that's, yeah, those are our 2K proms. 2K pseudo proms. That's where we store our program. It looks to have pretty much identical pinout to an EEPROM. It's a static RAM with an EEPROM pinout. So that's our 2 pseudo proms. But that still doesn't explain where our ADC is. How is it doing ADC? Crank up the jungle, you do that. Surely you should be cranking up some Aussie though tonight. That's your 2 UARTs. I'm not seeing the ADC at all. Unless it's built into the CPU, though I don't think so. Although, what are these AN 0 to 3? Port D. Ah, port D is built into the CPU, right. And looks to include analog stuff in the CPU. There you go, there's some juggle for you. So that's why they've ruled out port D on the chips, as they can use that one. Your fellow ECHQ villagers sets, was it? Cool. That was clearly Gabba, yeah. Right, so I'm going to need to look up the data sheet for the 68705 R35 to see how to use that port. But it's probably just a case of reading from it. So let's just try a little experiment. If I go ASM 80, right, the memory map, port D data register is address 3. So LDA 3. Oops. LDA 3. And we'll put in a breakpoint. Let's clear breakpoints. Breakpoint at 82. This should load the value of the port D data register into the accumulator, and it's currently showing 1. That's now showing 0, so it's obviously a floating input there. But I don't know how to use the ADC stuff because it's not detailed in here. But that I would have to look up the CPU's datasheet. Except like Chaos the Donk Devil was pretty good until it got to a donk version of What Should We Do with the Drunken Sailor. Oh dear. More side it was in order, yes. At that point, definite. Personally, I'm a bit of a fan of happy hardcore when it comes to that sort of music. I like a bit of happy hardcore. But there's nothing wrong with jungle. Ooh, hydrate. I shall. Thank you for that, Tyler Hoot. What am I debugging? This is the... I can shoot back to the top of the PDF, the EM68705 EVM.
Water. Seriously, Majenko Tech Euro asterisk machine asterisk. You require
Which looks like
with electrolytes, not asterisk water.
This.
Asterisk. It's utterly barbaric. Get a technician.
Now,
It's a Motorola 6805 based CPU on an evaluation board. Jungle, happy hardcore? Making this stuff up, surely. What does it go in? It doesn't go in anything. It's an evaluation board, development board. It's what you had before Arduino, basically. It's what you would prototype stuff up with and experiment with and learn how to program with and try things out on. This is from 1980 something. Let's have a look at the manual that I've got. This is 4th edition, copyright 1987. 3rd edition is 86. 4th edition is 87. This specific edition was published. It can't run a lot. I can bring up the specifications for you. It's got dual 4 kilobyte memory maps. So you've got a 4 kilobyte memory map to work with. It runs at 1 megahertz. It's got 112 bytes of RAM. Just under 4K of pseudo-ROM, which is just a static RAM. A bunch of I/O ports. It has serial, but you can only access that from the monitor program, not from the user program, which is just kind of silly. And that's about it, really. Pseudo-ROM upgradable to real ROM later. Well, yeah, you could. You could replace those pseudo-ROM RAM chips with an EEPROM because they're the same pinout. Just drop in a small EEPROM instead. No reason why not. Minivax's power on test is probably more powerful than this. Well, considering it's 32-bit, yeah. And this is only 8-bit. And you've only got 2 registers to play with, the accumulator and the index register. It's incredibly limited. So, and the Minivax is 80s to 90s, so it's late 80s, early 90s, that. This microcontroller was most often used in multimeters and oscilloscopes, yep. Soon, Tyler, soon. I need to get around to sorting out the networking in the garage. It's all broken at the moment. I need to get round to doing coaxial cabling. And I haven't got the right crimps at the moment. I tried crimping with the crimps that I've got, but it didn't work. So I need to order a proper set of BNC crimps at some point. I bring Zoe in to tinker with it, but the one that I need to tinker with is the Microvax, which there's no way I'm bringing that up the stairs. No way that's going up the stairs. I don't think the floor could take the weight for a start. I certainly know my back couldn't take the weight. We time the Ultra 5 drop off correctly, and I bring the fridge. Maybe we can sort out emergency meatballs. And then I come over shortly afterwards, pick up the Ultra 5s and drop off a big reel of Twin Axe. The tiny deck PC is, well, the smallest one that I've got is Zoe, which is the Microvax, the Vax Station 2000 or Microvax 2000. It's not that fat. It's about the same size as RG58, maybe slightly bigger, just with 2 conductors down the middle instead of 1. I didn't see that link, Project Carl. I shall scroll back and find it. Open link. Uh, 59709. And we shall open that in a sensible viewer. That's what I want there. And ADC is page 3614. ADC. There are 4 inputs. And various other controls. So, where's the... Oh, there's our instruction set. That's good. The converter uses 30 machine cycles to complete a conversion of a sampled analog input. When the conversion is complete, the digital value is placed in the AD result register. The conversion flag is set. So where's the control register data? When ACR7 is cleared, conversion in progress is aborted. So I assume we set ACR7 high to start it converting. So, if we were to write a little program, getting Microvax to run a Twitch bot might be fun. It can run IRC, so no reason why not. Let's go ASM 80. So if we go LDA hash 80. That should select channel 0 and place it into operational mode. Yeah, that's the one I want. So instructions, store A in memory as STA. Where are we? There's the memory map. There's the memory map. Control register is E. So STA E. Okay, so put 80 into the accumulator, store the accumulator in address E. It then takes 30, at least 30 iterations. So if I go LDA so we want 30 in hex would be, come on, no, I don't like this. I don't like this calculator. I haven't got the GNOME calculator installed. I much prefer the GNOME calculator. Okay, because it's got a programming mode. So I'm in decimal at the moment. I want 30 decimal would be in hexadecimal. In fact, I don't even need to look. It's there. That's 1E. So let's go for be a couple of clock cycles less for the looping. So if I call it, actually, let's go slightly over. Let's go 20.
Champion!
So.
With 50 bits, Chloe Raccoon says,
Cheer 50 GNOME calculator for garden design.
Indeed. Thank you for the 50 bits. I need to deck A. No, that's not what I wanted. That decremented the address of A, not register A. These instructions read a memory location or a register, modify or test its contents, and write the modified value back to memory or the register. I want to decrement, but how do you decrement? A register. Do deck. Oh, no. I don't understand. 6502. I don't want 6502. Why are you giving me 6502 when I've asked for 6805? Black text on a blue background is a readable choice indeed, yes. Duck Duck Gone Wacky, yes. Ask Grok. I want it to be correct. I'll ask Gemini. See what Gemini says. It's a separate instruction deca, apparently. Supposedly. So ASM 86. There is a deca. Okay. It's not dec A, it's deca. So we decrement A, then we do a branch if not equal, BNE, going to 86. Then we do LDA from the result register is F, and then a bunch of NOPs. Okay, so I go ASM 80. Let's have a look what we got. Load A with 80, store that into E. Load A with 20, decrement A, branch if it's not equal to 0 back to 86, so where we decrement A. And then we load A with FF, and we have a NOP. Actually, what I'm going to do, instead of that NOP, I'm going to put in a branch always. This is at 8B. If I do BRA 8B, an infinite loop. So I do a G80, and as a breakpoint, isn't there? No BR. ASM 80. Let's make sure it's all correct still. So we put 80 into A, store that 80 into E. We put 80 into A, we decrement A and keep looping around until it's equal to 0. We load F address into A and then we go into an infinite loop. So go 80. That should have done it, and then I press the interrupt button and we have 80 currently. Let's go from 80, press the button, it's still 80. Okay. Double decker chocolate bar. Oh, I haven't had a double decker for years. I need one now. Of course, I don't know what we're sampling, if anything. So it might be working. We've got nothing on the input. So I don't know whether it's working or not. But we should be looking at analog input 0. Let's try changing that to look at VRH over 2. If we change this to LDA 87, that should give us a different result. Nope, 80. That should give us some. Oh, that should have given us 80 actually. Typically 80. Let's try VRH over 4, which should give us 40. So if I change that to a 86, LDA 86, oh hang on, that should be hash 86. So that was wrong before. So this should give us something around 40. No, it gives us 80. Let's read this again. The chip resident 8-bit analog to digital AD converter uses an SAR, as shown in figure 10. 4 external analog inputs can be connected to the ADI port D. 4 internal analog channels may be selected for calibration. The accuracy of these internal channels may not meet the accuracy specifications of the external channels. Multiplexer selection is controlled by the AD control register bits 0, 1 and 2. The ACR is shown in figure 10. The converter uses 30 machine cycles to complete a conversion of a sampled analog input. When the conversion is complete, the digital value is placed in the AD result register. The conversion flag is set, selected input is sampled again, and a new conversion begins. When ACR7 is cleared, the conversion in progress is aborted and the selected input, which is held internally, is sampled for 5 machine cycles. Oh. Hang on. When ACR7 is cleared, the conversion in progress is aborted, and the selected input, which is held internally, is sampled for 5 machine cycles. I don't understand this. Converter uses those as reference voltages. An input voltage equal to or greater than that converts as FF. It's not clear at all, this, at all, no. The conversion flag is set. What's the conversion flag? It's not clear at all, this. There's nothing really to see. It doesn't say. It just says the conversion flag. I mean, looking at this, there is only the most significant and the 3 lower bits. But how do you actually trigger it? How do you actually control whether it's happening or not? Because this shares its input with port D. Hang on a moment. This is all the same as... Ports A, B, C and D here. Are those not the external controllers, or are they different? I'm confused now. Port D is input only, so you can either read it as digital or you can read it through the analog mux. And it looks like the analog mux is just always running. Possibly. But then you've got these I/O ports which don't seem to appear on here at all. But it's common for these to be multiplexed with address and data bus stuff in some way. This is weird. So it's common for these kind of chips to have a mode where the I/O ports act as data and address bus. But I don't see any reference to that at the moment. There is a more verbose manual available apparently, which might have more information in it. Well, it will have more information in it, obviously. It's got internal EEPROM, supposedly. The MCU is capable of addressing 4K of memory and I/O registers. The memory map is shown in Figure 4. The locations consist of EEPROM, Bootstrap ROM, user RAM, a mask option register, a program control register, miscellaneous register, AD control registers, and I/O. What was that in English? Allow download. Stupid HTTP. Addressing modes 1, 2, 2. No, that's software addressing modes. So 6805s have no external bus. 68705 has no external bus. The 146805 does. So what's it doing then? Because I definitely programmed that area. So how are they doing it? And it was schematic originally had the 6805R2 in there, but was updated to the 68705. Which is basically the same thing with less RAM and less ROM. So how are they interfacing it in such a way that I can just use... They're using that as a standard bus, but how? Cover art is solid indeed, yes. It doesn't have an external bus, and yet it's accessible as if it has got an external bus. I don't get it. It's the same description in there, yeah. Put one into A, store that in the control register, wait, load the status register, bit 7, yeah, wait for bit 7 to be set. And then load the register, the result register. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but how would that happen? How would that work though, Ben? Because I'm programming directly the chip directly in assembly language, telling it to load, and I'm programming the virtual prom. So maybe how's it then executing that? Where are we? I want... Because I'm programming here at address 80. Which is 200 in octal, 128 in decimal. Ooh, Sensei Pandu, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. So 128 decimal, or 200 octal. If we go back to this one, it shows us the memory map here. Somewhere. Where's it gone? There. This is all decimal, so 128. Yeah, it's this page 0 user EEPROM. That chunk of that, which is normally the internal EEPROM, is being remapped to... Let's close that off, don't need that, it's confusing me. Being remapped to these... where are they? To these static RAMs here. Pin 2 to 9 are port A. Oh no, that's the wrong chip, sorry. Looking at the wrong chip there. So data bus input is 33 to 40. 33... This is a different chip. This is the wrong chip. It's a 40-pin one. Where are we? Which one was it? That one. Was it? No. This one has the list of them.
With channel points, Project Carl says.
There's a code example for AD. See in the family data sheet page 108 or 121 in the PDF.
Thank you, I shall take a look at that in a bit. No, where was the list of the chips? There it is. It's the R3, not the P3. Yeah, that's the P3, it's the R3 we need. It's confusing, I know. But we're using the R3, not the P3, which is the 40-pin version. Page 121. So what are they doing? They are setting up addresses there into mnemonics. So bit clear 3 port A. Initialize output invalid. Apparently. Load A with that. Make bit 3 output. Putting that into port A's DDA. Make B all outputs. Pick up channel number. Alright, that's using an input on port A to define which channel you're going to look at. So, yeah. Storing that into the CSR. We're looking for BRCLR, end of conversion from there, so wait for it to finish. Yeah. Pick up the latest result. Start the next conversion. Yeah, I see it. Name that variant in 5, yes, absolutely. I don't think there are pinouts in here, are there? This is more about the internals than the externals. So, ASM 80. LDA hash 86. STAE. Okay, so now we do branch if bit is set. What a useful instruction. Branch never. Never branch to this address. Why? Why? Branch if clear. BRCLR. Test bit N of location M, so we can do BRCLR 7, E. And DD is where to branch to. So we should be able to just go back to 84. And then LDA F BRA 89. And we just get 80. System 1 has one of those, just falls naturally out of the conditioning. Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, I don't quite know how they've managed to map the external RAM on top of the EEPROM, the built-in EEPROM. I don't understand how they've done it. But there is this ROM cell and RAM cell on here. And I'm not sure what those are for. Just 2 pins on port C. Yeah. They must be doing some strange magic. Pins 15 and 16, yeah. That's what I've already got, isn't it? Ramsel and Romsel, the famous Egyptian pharaohs, yes. Oh, last page has the pin out. Oh, so it does. So that's 15 and 16. 15 and 16 are just ports C6 and 7. So I really don't understand how they're mapping that RAM on top of the ROM in the way that they are. Married with Cleopatra and Chloe-patra. Which page number was that? In 121, not 112. Oh, next page. There we go. So, how are they doing it exactly here? They're storing that in CSR. BRCLR EOC. Oh, did I? Hang on. I think I may have done something slightly wrong. ASM 80. Because I'm BRCLR 7. No, that should be 7, that's fine. OE. Back to 84. So, it's load A with, come back, load A with our settings. Actually that should be 06, shouldn't it? So load A with 06, put that into the control register. Then we're waiting for bit 7 of the control register to not be clear. Then we're loading A with the result register and then going into an infinite loop. And it just gives us 80. Always 80. But our program counter is 80. It's like it's not getting past the first instruction. That's never clearing. Instruction for reading memory is MD. MDE is supposedly FE.
Champion!
With 50 bits, Sir Stews-a-lot says.
Attention. Cheese underflow, please replenish tasty cheese supplies urgently or face the consequences. Cheer 50.
Cheese good. Thank you for the 50 bits. So STA, store the accumulator into the ADCSR. ADCSR is E. Branch if clear. EOC 7. ADCSR E. Star. I assume that means current address. So that should be getting past the branch. We've got 0 in the result register though. Currently. But the result register is constantly changing. MME6. No. MME6. I was looking at 6. It should be giving us 40. Or around 40. We could try 7, which should give us 80. MME, put in 7. It's just giving us random numbers. Try 4. Yes, just random numbers. Not running the code in the background, something silly, is it? No. Let's try channel 0. MDE. Mostly zeros and FFs. Unless... No. Yeah, possible. It may be that It says these are internal. The converter uses VRH and VRL as reference voltages. An input voltage equal to or greater than blah blah blah, negative, yeah. Maximum and minimum ratings. Each analog input should use VRH as the supply voltage and should be referenced to VRL for the ratiometric conversion. I'm wondering if VRH and VRL should be provided externally. So I have to provide VRH and VRL from outside then. So does this not have those on here then? VRH, VRL are on port D, J120. No, that just goes straight onto the jump. Ah! The board doesn't provide those analog values for you at all then. Right. That'll be why. I'm used to modern systems where the reference voltages are normally internal with an option for external. So J1 is this big fat connector up here. Let's take this 40-pin ribbon cable off. And hunt out some jumper wires. That'll be wise, giving us strange results. Right. So VRH can go to 5 volts and VRL can go to ground. So J119 is VRH. J120 is VRL. Now, does this have power on there? Let's grab the manual and check the pin out. VSS is up there, but there's no ground, no VCC or VDD on it for some reason. How about J9? Nope. They didn't bother actually providing a 5-volt output, did they? Great. Clever. So where can I get 5 volts from? Where's J16, I wonder? There's 5 volts on J14. Pin 1, that's already got a jumper over it. That's a shame. Those are 12 volts, 8 and 11. I don't want those. Trying to find a jumper pair that has 5 volts on one pin and that 5 volt is not being used. But such a thing doesn't seem to exist. Right, I'm going to have to find something from somewhere else then, aren't I? In the EEPROM programmer here, there are XU58. Looks like they haven't bothered showing the power pin. But that apparently is for a 705R3. So the power pin for the 705R3 is pin 4. So this should be a 5 volt. On here, I hope. From there to there is nothing. Okay. Pin 4 should be VCC on there, surely, yeah. Weird. So from there to there, I should be seeing 5 volts, and I'm not. Unless I need to turn that on there. There we go. There's a power switch for it. Okay. So I wire that to there and I turn on the 5 volt power. Okay. We now have power to our reference pins. So now if I go MME and do 6, we get 40. If I do G80 and interrupt, for some reason it's still at 80. But we can trace through now, but it never seems to get past there. I don't understand that. Unless these are the wrong way around or something, but no, that should be fine because the length of them is fine. I don't understand why it doesn't seem to be running code though. Yeah, I think the star means address of the current instruction, which is 84. 84, 84. We can try ASM 84, BRCLR, 7, E, star, see if it likes that. No, it doesn't. I don't see why it's not getting past LDA 06. When I tell it to go, it doesn't seem to go. Unless me pressing that button doesn't break it but resets it. That's master reset I'm pressing. Go 80. That's going to 144. Okay. BR8D. We'll do it manually with a breakpoint. Oh, of course, it's not getting past there, is it? If I go ASM 8B SWI software interrupt, go 80. No, it doesn't. ASM 8B, NOP. And breakpoint 8E. Go 80, it never gets past it. Okay. So this is never terminating. Well, it's never getting to there, but I put a breakpoint on 87. And it broke. Hang on, that 89 shouldn't be there. So a breakpoint on 8A. Go 80. There we go. But why we got BE in there, I don't know. Because we're looking at channel 6. Which should be 40. Which it is. Although I put the breakpoint in the wrong place. A8, not A8. Okay, go 80, 40. There we go. It should be an 8A, not A8. BR is breakpoint.
Nice.
So ASM 80 LDA hash. We look at 7. Go 80. 7F, that'll do. 7Fs within 1 LSB. And if we look at 5. We get 0, 0, correct. And we look at 4. ASM 80 LDA hash 4. Go 80. FF, which is what we should get. It works. Don't know how it works, but it works. Together we are unbeatable, absolutely. So we've had the ADC working, which is miraculous, really. Right. Now we need some way of outputting data. Somehow. Either using my little USB adapter or adding an LCD screen. Which do you reckon we should do? LCD or USB? Because that's what we'll do tomorrow. 7 segment, we could do 7 segment. An OLED, we could do an OLED. Why not both? All of them at once. HDMI. Tricky but doable. A bar graph LED stripe. I don't think I have one of those, but I'm sure we can make something. I can certainly do 7 segment easily. I've got plenty of 7 segments, as you well know. And they're not even multiplexed. So I could actually have just one number on channel A and one number on channel B. And just update those values, perhaps. But I think an OLED or an LCD or something like that would be better. So we can get it to display anything we want. Well, if it's going to be LCD, it'll be parallel. because that's easier to contend with. Wire it up to the phone line and use it to order you a pizza. Only if you then order a pizza for Chloe. Can it run TTS? Yeah, right. It can't even run T. I do have little bar graph modules like this, which are perfectly doable. Which could be used. One piping hot 12-inch of a Chloe. Whoa. Right, well, tomorrow we shall have some form of display on it. Which one we use is open to debate. It could be an LCD or OLED. It could, if we're really clever, be a TFT. It could be a graphical LCD. It could be an 7-segment display. It could be anything. It could be a little LCD, little TFT screen. It could be a tiny TFT screen. Most of my screens are in another box. No. Nixie bar graphs, yeah, right. I could do a, thank you, I could do a VFD. I've got VFDs as an option. There's all sorts of things I could put on it as a display. I think we can have great fun with this board. Right, enough for tonight now anyway. It's time for me to go and get some supper and then go to bed. Let's turn this off. Click. Close a few thousand windows. I think I've closed enough windows now. Yeah, windows closed. Closing all of Ben's tabs, yes. It was a fun journey, it was indeed. And we've got more things to play with as well. Our board will content, yes, absolutely. Have Sun 5's will content. I don't have enough time to close all of Ben's tabs. Right, well, I'll be back tomorrow, where we shall be playing with this board again, and we shall make it do even more fun things. First primary objective will be to get it to display a message. What that message will be remains to be seen. It may just be numbers, or it may be the word hellold. Ben protects his tabs with a decoy browser. I don't blame him. We've seen his tabs. We don't want to see them again. You generally manage to sort through and close about 100 per hour when you're on a tidying up spree. Might be done by Saturday. Right, time for outro. Thank you very much for joining me this evening. It's been fun playing with this board, and we've got more things to play with as well. So be sure to join me tomorrow for the next instalment of the adventure that is the Motorola M687 whatever EVM board, 68705 EVM, where we shall be attempting to get it to communicate with some form of display device. They aren't integrated into the sausage, I hope. It shall probably be an LCD screen that I choose.
Asterisk, asterisk, right then. That's asterisk something asterisk.
Honestly, it's been stimulating.
A truly chaotic, beautiful mess, really.
I must extend a sincere, utterly baffling, and frankly unsettling level of gratitude to asterisk everyone asterisk who participated.
A massive asterisk, blow up asterisk to G4 VLC, MJ, Go Gadget 360, our beloved pet Canadian, potent cess fuzzy, but any desk.exe, Goat Master, ye delightful, perplexing individuals. A huge thank you to Daft Punkle, Dopaz, Trade Splatter, Fatty McFartface, Beta Mink, Remickup, RHK 77, Stephen Payne, Martin X, Tyler Hoots, Peter Wuthers 138, Chloe Raccoon, Mars 06, The Industrious Ant, Sir Stews a Lot, Vita Kenneth, Project Carl, Standard User 4PJ, B9950, Bam Pam, a swarm of dead insects, you've all contributed to all this. And of course, a particularly enthusiastic asterisk blow up asterisk to Hot Rocks girl whose prodigious flatulence somehow added a certain dimension to the proceedings. 4 farts, you say? Astonishing. We have new followers.
Francis Gusks and Sensei Pandy,
Welcome to the glorious, slightly unhinged world of Majenko Tech. A special thanks to Stephen Payne and G4 VLC for their generous subscriptions. It fuels my operations stream. Elements, thank you for the alerts. Truly, you're indispensable. Seriously, it's been a lot. I'm utterly overwhelmed and simultaneously faintly amused. Thank you all. Don't go anywhere. Asterisk blow up dot asterisk. A balgem exclamation idiot. Sir Stews a Lot, you are asterisk aggressively asterisk unpleasant. Such vulgarity. Majenko Tech demands I maintain a semblance of composure. Honestly, the sheer asterisk audacity asterisk. It's quite unsettling.
perhaps a soothing synth serenade would help.
Blorp. That was quite an onslaught, wasn't it? Asterisk. So yes, I'll be back tomorrow, playing with the display on this, seeing what we can get it to do. Audacity plus asterisk, truly a terrifying combination, yes. Absolutely. We've got no shortage of stream content now anyway with this board. We've got to do things for ages with it. Oh God, Industrious, what have you done?
At the industrious and exclamation idiot. That's a terribly recursive question. It's like a black hole of mathematical absurdity. Majenko Tech is experiencing a processing error. Asterisk blorp asterisk.
Seriously, just stop.
"42 stream series ahead, absolutely. And the rest. I should use it to rip CDs and control a robot to do it for me.
I'm gonna kick your ass, bitch.
Tangents, yeah.
Enterprise, this is the captain.